مجرد فكرة، الواقع نعيشه ونراه.
The progress is not just an idea, but a reality that we experience every day. PIF with the private sector enable and develop business to create opportunities for the businesses across the kingdom and worldwide. With the rapid expansion in local industries, PIF continues and portfolio companies work with the private sector to accelerate the growth and to achieve sustainable development and to open new sectors and to enhance supply chains and to create growing demand. Today, opportunities are there in different areas of the economy, and they have been showcased on PF as progress is anchored on constructive dialogue to create effective results. With the conclusion of this PIF, the journey continues, having and offering opportunities to the multiple stakeholders. Welcome to the fourth editions of PIF Private Sector Forum.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the PIF Private Sector Forum. As you know, we are here at the plenary stage, but we have around us 5 more stages represent different ecosystems: tourism, aviation, and entertainment, advanced manufacturing and innovation, urban development and livability, industrial and logistics, clean energy, and renewable infrastructure. Here, following day one's interesting and informative discussions, we want to keep the momentum and today. Next, we are going to talk about de-risking growth, turning strategy into bankable projects for the private sector. So, everyone, please join me in welcoming the moderator, Siba Auda, senior news anchor in Sharq Bloomberg, and her distinguished guest. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming in to this first conversation of the day. Like my colleague and dear friend Mohammed said, we will be talking about de-risking growth and mobilizing private capital to deliver Vision 23 at scale. I would like to invite my guest to the stage, Dr. Stephen Groff, Governor of the National Development Fund. Hello, please. Dr. Groff, hi. So I'd like to just start by mentioning Dr. Walter Wriston, the legendary commercial banker who ran Citi Corp at the time from the late 60s to the mid 80s, had said that, famously said, I should say, said that capital goes where capital is welcome and it stays where it is treated well. Meaning, capital flows to locations with favorite tax policies, legal stability, and high growth potential. And it stays in places where it finds high return, low risk, and also welcoming regulations. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has made its ambitions clear. Now, I would like to we would like to hear from you how these big projects are going from an idea to actually financial close. PIF is often seen as the anchor investor, creating scale and demand. When the National Development Fund gets involved, where do you step in to make those projects actually financeable for the private capital?
Well, thank you, Ziba, and thank you to PIF for having me here today. Let me just start with a little bit of background on NDF, the National Development Fund, for those who may not be terribly familiar. So the National Development Fund is an ecosystem of 12 sectorally focused funds and banks that aim to provide development type of investment in helping grow and support projects and investments in different sectors and segments of the Saudi economy. So that intersects rather regularly with, as you said, with PIF projects. And where that happens is not necessarily at the wholesale level, in the sense of investing side by side with PIF in the giga projects or even mega projects. It really happens at a much more retail level, at elements within those massive projects that PIF supports that we can help make more attractive to private investors. So as an example, we are through two of our funds, the Infrastructure Fund and the Industrial Development Fund, we are anchor investors in the NEOM Green Hydrogen project. Through the Infrastructure Fund, we're supporting a number of different investments in and around some of the work that's happening in NEOM and some of the other giga projects. So we really look at this, and through the Industrial Development Fund, we do a lot of work on PIF-supported companies and projects as well. And so the idea there is that in some of these instances, because of risk or perceived risk, or because of the structure of the deal, you need patient capital that can come in and absorb some of the risk that private investors are less willing to take on, either because they don't understand the nature of the risk, or because the tenors are too long that we're looking at, that commercial institutions are less willing to come in. And so that's really where NDF, that's the field that NDF plays in through our banks and funds, is helping make these investments more attractive. We don't have a specific IRR hurdle rate that we have to meet. We have a return on equity return that we have to meet, and we have an economic return that we have to meet.
Just staying with the partnership between National Development Fund and the PIF, what can this partnership achieve that not one of these two institutions can achieve on its own?
I think, thinking about the sort of wholesale and retail kind of division is maybe the best way of thinking about it, where PIF comes in at a very massive scale and can help change and help alter a sector or a segment of the economy, or create a demand where demand didn't previously exist. And NDF can come in at the more retail level and support entrepreneurs, support SMEs, support businesses, support enterprise in that larger ecosystem. Because in any single large investment, there's an ecosystem of SMEs, an ecosystem of entrepreneurs that exists, that NDF and our affiliated funds and banks can come and help support. And that is really ultimately where job growth happens. That's ultimately where economic growth happens. So if you take as an example, the car industry in Germany, you have several major car manufacturers in Germany, but where all the jobs exist and where all the economic potential exists is in the SME ecosystem that surrounds all of that. So if you can draw those parallels to any different sector across the Saudi economy, to where that relationship between PIF significant investment and NDF support can come in and
what
cooperate.
risks are you absorbing when the NDF gets involved? What risks from the market are you absorbing?
Well, part of it is again tenor. So we come in typically with much longer tenor loans than commercial institutions are willing or able to take on. To a certain degree, obviously, there's also an interest rate inherent subsidy that goes along with that, because we don't have a profit motivation. We simply have to cost in risk and and other costs, that effective interest rate or fees is going to be lower than what the commercial institutions can take. So that lowers the overall cost of the project by our ability to come in and do that. But also, I think you're looking at different geographies around the kingdom where commercial institutions or private investors are a little bit more hesitant. Our funds can go in and make these investments. And then also, I think, historically, if you look at institutions like the Industrial Development Fund, what they do in the structuring of a project or an investment, what they do in the terms of the due diligence is often used by commercial institutions as sort of a good housekeeping seal of approval, if you will. So once the SIDF comes in with that longer tenor debt, when they come in with that kind of due diligence that they do, commercial institutions are much more comfortable at coming in alongside and taking the work that SIDF does and using that as the basis for their own investment.
Now, looking at the bigger picture and considering how the world is changing very fast, not only technology, but also in finance, what would you say has changed in the last 5 years in the way that deals are closed, in the way that finance is arranged that we hadn't seen before, and what are we dealing with going forward?
Well, I think if you look at our ecosystem over the last 5 years, what we are covering has expanded quite dramatically. When we started 7 years ago, we really were focusing on 3 or 4 different segments or sectors of the economy, and we've since expanded that dramatically to cover almost every imaginable sector or segment of the economy, and the transformation is envisioned under Vision 2030. So we can come in with our tools and our support in virtually any sector of the economy, whereas before that was rather limited. And it reflected the nature of the economy at that point in time, and obviously with the changes that are instituted under the vision, we need to expand. So NDF has followed along to ensure that the kinds of support that we can provide match those and are similar to those that are imagined under the vision. And I also think that the other thing, of course, that's happened that's remarkable in the kingdom over the last 5 years has just been the scale, the speed, and the scope of the changes that have been happening here. And I think that this has been being recognized by international investors and domestic investors as well. That takes time. That understanding of the scale of the investment opportunities in the kingdom, that understanding of the risks around some of those investments takes time to develop. But I think we're seeing that accelerate and seeing that change over the last 5 years.
How much of that of that understanding is there? How is international capital seeing opportunity in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I think that there's any number of different areas. I mean, there are areas that they are looking at, and I think obviously we see a lot of interest and success in the pure infrastructure sectors, in some of the industrial sectors. But I think that what we need to see as opportunities for international investors is in financial services and fintech. I think there's going to be a lot more opportunities as the capital market in the kingdom diversifies and gets deeper. There's a need for those kinds of investors to come in and help with that. I think if you look at, we've seen a fair amount of interest in the renewable energy sector. I think that will grow. I think when you're looking at clean hydrogen, obviously specifically, that's an area where there's going to continue to be a lot of opportunity. I think mining, we're seeing more and more interest. I think we see great success in those areas. I think that will continue, but also in industry more broadly. I would add to that list maybe two or three more areas. Of course, infrastructure, I think, will continue to be a strong opportunity for international investors, along that with transportation and logistics as well. And lastly, of course, the tourism area, where we see more and more interest, but I think there's incredible opportunities around that for international investors going forward.
Are you having to be more innovative or creative with financial structures or products to attract this private capital, or is it plain vanilla?
No, I think there's a huge imperative on us to be more and more innovative. I think that if you look at the history of what our ecosystem has supplied prior to 2018, 2019, that was pretty simply senior debt. There weren't a lot of other structures that we could support. We've expanded that quite significantly to, in any number of different sectors or subsectors, the ability to take pieces anywhere in the capital stack of any particular investment. And I think that's what's going to be growing. Our ability to do that is going to be increasingly important. Because oftentimes what we've seen over, historically, if getting, particularly in the infrastructure sectors, of getting international interest or private sector interest in investment in infrastructure has often required very generous guarantees coming from the center of government. Now, the center of government can't continue to provide those kinds of generous guarantees indefinitely because there you have balance sheet issues, you have sovereign rating issues that emerge. And so that's why you need NDF to come in with more innovative forms of finance to help make, if the structure of an infrastructure investment depended on a guarantee to make it attractive to private investment, there are other structures you can introduce in terms of convertible debt, in terms of mezzanine finance, in terms of very specific types of guarantees that can be supplied with our capital that can still make that investment attractive to the private sector and private investors without having to have that big cover from the center of government.
What would be your elevator pitch to an audience of private investors?
Well, I think the opportunities in Saudi Arabia are just going to continue to grow, and I think that while we're seeing some reprioritization of focus in the kingdom, I think that is simply a natural evolution to any kind of transformation journey. And so I think that the kinds of opportunities that will come out of this will be massive and will continue to grow over time and will continue to encompass the areas that I mentioned earlier, but also many other areas and opportunities. So I think that the opportunity for private investors, for foreign direct investment, is just going to continue to grow, and there will be, I think, very positive and incredible returns that will be associated with that over the course of the next 10, 15, 20, 25, 50 years.
So I know you mentioned a couple of sectors earlier, but maybe you can readdress the growth opportunities from your vantage point.
Well, again, I wouldn't add anything to that list that I mentioned before. I have personally a soft spot for infrastructure. We established the infrastructure fund very much with an eye towards helping structure projects, infrastructure investment projects, to make them more attractive to the private sector. Obviously, the benefit of having the private sector involved in these infrastructure projects is that it increases the speed at which those can be undertaken and completed. It tends to typically reduce the cost and improve the quality. And so we really think that that's a huge opportunity in the kingdom, given the ambition that continues here and the need for infrastructure investment, which is massive, that the kinds of work that the infrastructure fund will do, and also side by side with the Industrial Development Fund. And also, I think just importantly, as I mentioned earlier, our ecosystem's ability to support entrepreneurs, support organic growth in the private sector is another important opportunity. And we can also support through that ecosystem much smaller projects than the typical ones you might read about in Bloomberg or elsewhere. So we can support that through our ecosystem in ways that will make that more attractive for private investment, but also make sure that those projects happen and get developed on the ground.
As PIF continues to provide the scale and the platforms, you're strengthening the financial ecosystem and de-risking. Thank you very much, Dr. Graf.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for attending this morning.
Thank you, Siba, and thank you for our thanks to your distinguished guests. Our next fireside chat will be in Arabic, so anyone would like to use the translation device, you can use it now. From investment to impact, PIF's ecosystem-led model of value creation. Join me in welcoming the moderator Fahad Al-Bargan, VP Broadcasting and Media Strategy Corporate Affairs Division in the PIF, and his distinguished guest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Actually, just to correct something simple, we decided to have the session in English, so good luck to the interpreters with us today to switch to that. But yeah, welcome to the stage. I would like to invite and to have with me sitting now is Raid Ismail, Head of Operational Value Creation Group at PIF. Welcome, Mr. Raid.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's a privilege and an honor to being part of this great event and great panel.
Let's jump right into the questions. Let me ask you, PIF always describes itself as not just an investor, but also a builder of markets, sectors, and of course, national champions. From your perspective, what differentiates PIF's approach in particularly value creation, and how does that approach also translate into long-term returns and also resilience?
Thank you. So I think one unique part of not just being part of the PIF, but being part of the kingdom is everything we do is driven by Vision 2030. I think that's a starting point. We look at things from a three win-win-win situation where we look at economic impact, social impact, and ultimately sustainable profitability. We as a PIF have a long-term view, so we can take longer-term perspectives on our investments that helps us de-risking these investments. And ultimately, we apply a framework that drives value for those portfolio companies, which is the PIF way. PIF way starts with, one, impactful deployment, i.e., we have identified as part of our vision realization program 13 sectors that are important for us, and we look at those sectors, see where are the areas we can support in enabling the sector, unlocking supply and demand, and ultimately seeing should we partner with the private sector in it, and if there's a private sector partner, we do. If not, then we elect to create a new company behind it, or potentially some of our companies that are available that drive that sectorial drive. Two, once we have that North Star from a sector enablement, we apply positive governance. No matter what, you need to have a strong governance framework for your portfolio companies, ensuring that the board drives the right strategy, drives the right, selects the right leadership, the culture, the controls, and all of these kind of elements. Another part is working closely with the companies, with the board, portfolio, with the boards, is full potential plan. This is where we sit down, we get the great minds within the PIF and outside of the PIF and within the companies and within the board and say, okay, we have our North Star, how can we really drive full potential of those portfolio companies through creating value, driving resilience, and reaching its objectives. Part of our value creation is operational value creation. We also support our portfolio companies in looking differently, not from a strategic or from a high level, but more from an operational perspective. How can we help in accelerating revenues, optimizing costs, digitization, human capital enablement, and many other levers that we work hand in hand with our portfolio companies and teams to drive that. Another unique, another part we look into is the capital recycling. Once we go through this cycle, the ultimate objective, we are long-term investors, but also ultimately we have an objective to either de-risk an investment and bring in the private sector, or ultimately enable the private sector to participate through an IPO, through the capital markets. A key critical flywheel for creating over and beyond that value is a network advantage within the PIF. Today, being part of the PIF, 100 plus companies, if we just gather those companies in one room and let the CEOs engage with each other, there is value to be created. We have great partners that we bring to support and have thought leadership with our portfolio companies as part of the friends and family of the PIF. And last but not least is scalable infrastructure. The PIF has grown to an institution, and it's every VRP, part of that VRP for the PIF, Vision Realization Program of the PIF, is developing our institutional capabilities within the PIF. And we have great centers of excellence within the PIF. One of them is the NDD, National Development Department, which is driving this private sector participation, whether it's on taxes, communication, you name it. We have different centers of excellence that really can support our portfolio companies to drive value. And an underlying pillar of what we do is how can we engage and support the private sector in being part of this.
So that's a holistic vision that goes through everything to make sure that every investment is, has returns and also is resilience. And you also emphasize in your answer that value creation increasingly happens at the sector level, and also maybe that also begs the question, how does PIF combine capital and the operational capability that you mentioned and coordination at scale to create the long-term value and also that resilience?
So if I break that approach, again, it's embedded within the PIF way, but let's look at people, process, and the product. Ultimately, the product will be an impactful, resilient company that has a positive impact on the sector, on the economy, and ultimately on returns. So that's kind of the end product. But how do we get there is a people and a process part. People part, if you look at, as I mentioned previously, that internally we are blessed with great local and global talent within the PIF and Center of Excellence that can drive that part of the people formula. We have a great junior development program, which are the future leaders of the PIF, which are a future pipeline of our leaders. Externally, within our portfolio companies, also, we are blessed to have great leadership, great talent, local and global, within our portfolio companies, with their own leadership development programs. And we support also by having PIF-led development programs for the senior leadership of those companies, which again has two folds of impact. One, we ensure that we are developing our leaders in a different way, different perspective, leveraging the network advantage of the PIF, of having interaction with different thought leaders when it comes to leadership, and ultimately enable them to be the future leaders as we come, and build that connectivity between the companies. So that's a key thing. When it comes to the process part, it is the PIF way that drives it. It starts with that sectorial view, but then the more of the detail on the company is the full potential. And the full potential plan looks at many levers of how we can create value. Strategy is one. Strategy is not a 4-year, 5-year kind of discussion every 3-4 years. It's a yearly discussion. It's part of our budgeting process. It's part of our business plan process cycle. Within also there is the regulations, how we can support the companies on regulations, how we can support the companies on governance, how we can support the companies on M&As and execution. And one lever is the operational part. And again, this is where we go in two elements. There is a company by company. Every company is unique, and we support them and give them different perspectives, again, how to accelerate revenues, optimize costs, leverage digital and AI to drive things. And there are thematics, which we drive across. Again, an example of a thematic is a program we have with the indirect spend, where we pool all the different indirect spend, the CNA kind of procurement within all our portfolio companies, engage with our partners in the private sector to ensure that we can enable them to provide that, but with the right prices, right after-service management and guarantees, and the right specs for our portfolio that creates value.
So it's a customized approach for each?
There is a customized approach, and there is a thematic approach. There are levers that we can take thematically. Procurement is one. Digitization is a theme that you can go and engage by doing diagnostics and seeing where is the maturity of our portfolio companies, and from there, giving customized solutions, as they say. Another part of it is of how we create value, again, operationally, then ultimately strategically, and then there is an exit in view always. And one of our key initiatives and part of Vision 2030 is scaling up and developing the financial markets, the capital markets, and having more depth into it. And a key part of our KPIs is ensuring that our companies, sooner than later, will be part of that capital markets. So again, the people part, internal, externally, is a key driver of that. our process, whether it's on the PIF way, full potential, operational enablement, digitization, AI is a key pillar within PIF and our strategy. And the capital recycling part is that part where we see our companies graduate, whether into an IPO or graduate in partnering with the private sector to come in after we de-risk these investments and they become part of the journey with us.
Excellent. And also, as you mentioned, PIF operates across market expansions, operational value creation, and also cross-portfolio collaboration. How does these three levels work together to in actual practice to drive growth, profitability, and also long-term value across your portfolio as PIF?
So I'll start with the marketing expansion. I think part of what we are trying to always solve for is a resilient global champion. And why are we saying expansion goes hand in hand with resiliency? It's about diversification, but diversifying in the right way. When you over-diversify, also becomes a problem. So part of our diversification is in our offerings of those portfolio companies, but also in your geographical presence. And there are many companies that we have that are expand beyond MENA and beyond, talking from a MENA perspective and within. So they're predominantly based in Saudi Arabia and MENA, but they are also having operations across. That gives us resilience across different geographies and segments. So that's kind of one key part when it comes to market expansion. And that's embedded also into the full potential. I have to go back always to what our processes, what drive us. And a key part of that is strategy, and part of strategy, what am I offering? What should I offer differently? Who am I offering to it? And can I expand that to other geographies? Or can I provide my clientele with other products? And that's how we drive things. And from there, it provides us a diversified and a resilient company that is also set up to be a global champion. When it comes to more of the thematics, there are kind of like the operational levers that I mentioned, but also there is a key part of creating value is the network advantage, is building the community and engagement, and we have many levers for doing that. As we have today, this is one of the community engagement between the PIF and the private sector. We have the Partners Forum, which is a community engagement with our portfolio CEOs and leadership, where we gather once a year and talk about different trends in the market, different challenges and opportunities. There are any evolutions in strategies and plans. That's where we ultimately engage with them. And then we have kind of like breakout rooms on specific themes of the year, as they say. Also, that's once a year, but also throughout the year, we have the partners series, roundtables. We have, again, throughout our companies, we have great CFOs, we have great CHROs, we have great strategy officers, we have great, all of them are great leaders. And imagine if we bring all those great leaders into one room and compare notes and come up with ideas how we can support each other to create value. That is another element of cross collaboration. And always we look at synergies. Again, synergies is a word that could be revenue synergies, cost synergies, many synergies, but how we look at it is how we ensure that we synergize together to enable each other to be more effective and efficient in driving our ambitions and our strategy.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Raed Ismail, Head of Operational Value Creation Group at PIF. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this session. I think Mr. Raed deserves a round of applause for this very comprehensive
Thank you very much.
session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tariq, and thank you for Mr. Raed Ismail. Next, we will hear from Tariq Amin, Chief Executive Officer in Humane, about Humane's role in building the EI stack locally, Human One walkthrough. So everyone, please join me in welcoming Mr. Tariq Amin.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here with you today. You know what I thought I wanted to start with is not to educate you about how important AI is, but rather to give you an insight behind-the-scenes stories about how Humane was established, some of the technology decisions that we have taken to really focus not only in adopting AI in Humane, but also making sure AI is delivering on the promise, true value realization and benefit to the organization and our external customers. But let me start actually with some reality settings. This is a recent report that was published by MIT, where it says 90 to 95% of all generative AI pilots are failing in enterprise today. And truly, this is a fact. I completely agree with this. Have you ever wondered why? Well, allow me to share with you my views on what we have learned the last 12 months and some of the opportunities that we translated into big wins inside the company and the benefit we saw by changing the narrative. And the narrative is technology is secondary to the bigger problem each one of you have to think about as you apply AI in your business today. So I always tell my team, before coming to Saudi Arabia, I was always building technology. I'm a product creator. I love doing this. I started very young, from 13. I had the opportunity to build amazing infrastructure at scale when I was in India. We built technology that the world says it cannot happen in Rakuten in Japan. And now the opportunity in Saudi Arabia is to really do something significant and big in establishing Humane as a national AI company. But one thing I learned from all the 3 continents I worked on, that most of the failure you see in businesses today is rarely about technology, truly rarely about technology. In my opinion, 100% of the time, it's about mindset and execution to how you apply technology to derive value, whether it is your after productivity, efficiency, or top-line revenue increase in your current business. So this reflection on MIT, I really encourage each one of you, read this report. It is really, really insightful. AI is not another technology. It is a game-changing revolution that will create absolute abundance to everything we do on private and public enterprises. But when you look at what is the 3 main reasons that were published in this report? Number 1, lack of clarity about business objective. What is the problem we're trying to solve for? So linkage to core business objective is must be part of the implementation of AI in its architecture and business objective. Number 2, and it's really unfortunate, but it's true. It's not just in Saudi Arabia. I'm telling you, this exists everywhere I have worked in, whether it is here, Japan, India, China, United States. Poor data readiness. At the end of the day, you've heard the statement, garbage in, garbage out. Data platforms becomes important. Data readiness and unified data platform becomes a must for what you need to do to prepare yourself for the future. And last but not least, you cannot think of AI as an isolated system. It cannot be isolated from real workflows and business owners. So I've heard many times people talk about, well, how do you succeed in AI? Is it done through experimentation at scale? I say absolutely not. It has to be done through operational transformation. That is absolutely mandatory on how you should approach this. So allow me now to bring you in on how Humane started. It is really a novel idea, and I could not tell you, I'm living my dream every day, finding something in this great place, not only to replicate what existed everywhere else. Humane started in August 28 in a meeting with His Royal Highness, talking about how we address fragmentation, how do we accelerate Saudi Arabia ambition, how do we lead the world in terms of AI. It came together by collecting few entities, and I tell you why I feel I'm lucky. I've inherited an amazing team. The narrative in Saudi Arabia when you come to this country always says, well, we don't have talent. Where is the talent? Now I tell the world, please come and see my office. Come meet my research team. Come meet my science team. Look at the depth of the talent that exists here. So Humane came together through the collection of entities through Aramco Digital, Sadaya, Sky, and we unified also the portfolio of AI investments under Humane. And the option that I had when we started this company, so imagine that a new company started, you want to tell the world that you have the capability, you're able not only to cater for your own demand, but you're able to cater for the rest of the world. Humane was not a company that was just built to cater for Saudi demand. It's a company that has an ambition to be a global player in this important space. So we had an option, and I talked to my team about this option. When we build this company, should we buy software and enterprise systems like every other company in the world? Should we just talk about the periphery of AI and just say, well, yeah, we are an AI company, I have adopted model ABC, and all of a sudden I'm efficient? Or we do something that's challenging, something that has never been done, to my knowledge, in any country or any enterprise outside of what has been done in Humane and in Saudi Arabia. So we decided to take a very bold path. We decided to reinvent completely the enterprise operating system. Number one, we focused on the organizational structure. I call it an AI native company. An AI native company that understood the inevitable. AI agents and human beings coexisting, working to solve problems. Number two, I always talked about this publicly. As early as last week when I was in the US, someone asked me, what do you think about traditional legacy system? I said, look, if you want me to be really honest with you, I do believe these legacy systems will not achieve the objectives that enterprises want. So we took a very different path. We decided to build and redefine the enterprise operating system. Imagine you talk to any IT department and tell them, from now on, you have one IT tool to manage, one. This has never happened. So we built a centralized AI agent orchestration platform, and that's what today I want to show you more insights of, show you real results that the company has delivered. And the reinvention of this, you will see this, I assure you, many global companies will evolve to the ideas that was created first in Saudi Arabia. So the company, when we went back to His Royal Highness and said, look, what Humane should do, maybe the easy part for me would have been if Humane focuses on one thing, but this is not good enough, not ambitious enough. When you come to Saudi Arabia, you see the vision and the impact of correlating digital and AI as it relates to Vision 2030. I showed His Royal Highness and the ministers that this is the technology stack of Humane. We are an AI total value chain company, focused from Humane Core, which is our data centers. These are not small data centers. We're talking gigawatt capacity. I had to explain to the rest of the world of what I have saw in Saudi Arabia in terms of availability of power and abundance of energy. Remember, AI is an energy game. So when people ask, what's the advantage of Saudi Arabia? We should absolutely lead the world when it comes to AI token exports and Humane Core and the massive scale campuses that we're building. And I'm not saying these just because it's a nice thing to say in marketing. You will see this now when we take really a real production views of the data centers that are being built here. But for the first time in the history of Saudi Arabia, these data centers are not built just to cater for local demand. We have global customers and tenants that are hosting their workloads now and committed on running AI training and inferencing in our infrastructure. X.AI, Amazon, Luma, and many more are coming in where they see the advantage in terms of energy affordability, abundance, connectivity, land, power, water. We have all what it needs to translate Saudi Arabia to be the world's largest AI token exporter. The second is on the compute. Also, Humane approach was very different in compute. We have unlocked this market. Our compute strategy is diversified portfolio of chipset companies. We brought AMD, we brought NVIDIA, we brought Qualcomm. We were the first company that invested in Saudi Arabia in Grok, the company that was also acquired by NVIDIA, at a very nice return for our shareholder. This has happened here, first in Saudi Arabia. Humane Intelligence. About our models that we build, our models that understand our culture, value, language, and a lot of learnings that we had done here. This is not easy. Humane did not just adopt a derivative of an open source model. I wanted our science team to learn how difficult it is to create frontier models. And I assure you, this is not a simple exercise. But today you see between the linkage of our models and our AI products are really directly correlated. Focus on one thing, proof that there is true value from technology adoption at the enterprise level. And last but not least, even though I mentioned it in my previous slide, I actually don't like the word transformation. It has been overused, overhyped. I like the idea of shift. Humane Shift is our AI advisory services. To me, it is about mindset shift, organizational change to achieve the objective. And last but not least, Humane also is not a small company in ventures. Our investments, though, are not passive investments. We only invest strategically that aligns to objectives of these 4 pillars. So, how did we do this? What you see in front of you, when I showed this to many leaders globally that came to visit Saudi Arabia, everything you see in here was built by our team. Every function is an AI agent that runs the company. This idea, to be very honest with you, of Humane One started when I was working as the CEO of Aramco Digital. And a narrative where I thought, with generative AI, why are we still thinking of a prompt-based system as only knowledge-based retrieval? When ChatGPT came about, of course, it was a great moment. But to me, sometimes it sounded like a therapist. Where's true value realization that you could extract from the way a human and a machine interface are able to dialogue to solve common objectives and problems? Well, what if we could change completely the architecture of compute platforms? And the way that we are changing this is to have a narrative where one user interface that we created. So to drill in a bit deeper, this is today what you see in front of you. Every single Humane employee has no applications whatsoever in their compute devices. They see just this interface. Tell me today, what is the reason that you need to click on an icon to carry a task? You want to do a deep research, you could carry it through the same interface. You want to manage tasks, you could do it in the same interface. Meeting managers, business trip planning. And I'll end it with you today just to show you real business implications of this. What is really the ROI that we have seen? So I'll give you 3 case studies, but remember, we built 150 AI agents, always being served through the same platform. So the 3 case studies I want to focus on, simple thing, business trip manager. If you're in Saudi Arabia and you know exactly maybe what I go through and what some other governments entity do that goes through, just to book a business flight. Look how trivial this is. We're not talking about rocket science, a very trivial use case. Project manager and payroll manager. So in the business travel management, this is really what we saw. We spent 65 hours in coordination, logistics, call the travel agency, I need to book, 120K SAR is done, 3 full-time employees are associated with this. What we did is simple. We now, again, an intent. You could speak, by the way, in Arabic, English to Humane One. You could say, I would like to book a business trip. I would like to go to, for example, in this case, Hyderabad. This linkage between model and also business workflow extracts the HR policies in your company. Say, oh, Tariq is allocated business class trip, but moreover, the linkage with travel agency. We extracted all the inventory from the travel agency. So now from declaration of prompt to booking your flight to understanding HR policies, all done systematically through just one declaration. If you speak Arabic or you speak English, that's the intent-driven system that we have done. End result, massive reduction on hours spent, cost spent, and employees associated with this. Maybe just for the sake of time, I just want to skip through the project management and talk about something that is even have a higher ROI. Think about how payroll is run in Saudi Arabia. Today, this is what my HR team does. Just declare a statement. Run payroll. Behind the scene, Humane One is integrated with Saudi Bank's API Swift Code modules. It runs payroll, everything is auditable, and dynamic workflows are configured. Also, variances are given to you to show you your spend has increased, your spend has decreased. This is, to me, game changer. Nobody has done this. And the last but not least, I'll give you the maybe the one thing I was deciding whether to show you this here, but we have a big event coming in LEAP that we will commercialize this. In the last meeting that we had with His Royal Highness, he was referring operating system, whether you're using Windows or Mac. Saudi Arabia will be the first country outside the US and China that will commercialize its own operating system, but this is a different one. So I want to show you glimpses before I end my presentation.
Welcome to Humane OS, a system designed to flow naturally with your daily life. Begin at the lock screen, your primary entry point. Scroll down using the arrows to reach the home screen, filled with intelligent widgets that surface exactly what you need: urgent notifications, key calls to action, and tools like the booking widget, delivering efficient tasks through engaging graphic UI. To talk to the AI, simply long press the Humane H key for voice mode. Ask, "What's my top priority today?" and release. The AI instantly displays it. Switch to keyboard anytime by tapping the H key without losing context. Active chats minimize neatly to the app bar for easy multitasking. Tap Add to start a new session. Type, "When do I have 30 minutes?" The AI finds a free slot and turns it into an actionable button right in the chat. Minimize the window, then follow up with, "What do I have at 2 p.m.?" to get a rich, integrated calendar view. Windows can be maximized for deep focus or minimized while you navigate multiple sessions in the app bar. Closing is intuitive. Use contextual controls to maximize, bookmark for history, or trash to permanently remove from memory. Humane OS doubles as a powerful app launcher. Just say, "Open Figma," and it launches instantly.
So I hope now you see a preview of what is coming. But maybe at the end I will tell you, AI is more than just adopting a model on top of a legacy system. It starts with mentality, mindset, and org transformation, and something that we are really excited about. I wanted Humane to be the first living lab of the world-first company that have adopted AI agents and created coherence between employees and AI agents that are running our operation today. So thank you very much. It was really a delight to speak to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tariq Amin. So the first Saudi OS, Humane, the end of limits. As you know, Humane is fuel stack AI ecosystem. Build the future of AI from sovereign data centers and cloud to generative AI models and applications. The world is changing fast, and we are building faster. Our next session about local content and its impact in the private sector. Please join me in welcoming moderator Alessandro Tricamo. Alessandro, he is the partner transportation and services in Oliver Wyman. And definitely we will talk about the local content and its impact in the private sector. So it's very important that we talk about what we have today. We have more than one session, but after this we'll take a break. But we are ready now for our next session. Please welcome Mr. Alessandro Tricamo and our distinguished panelists.
Thank you.
In a moment.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for being here at our panel. We will discuss local content and their impact on the private sector. We are fortunate enough to have exceptional panelists with us representing a broad perspective of the economy the private sector, the government, and the institutional investors. So I would like to welcome Engineer Hamer Al-Hajmi, CEO of Alfnar, Engineer Mohamed Al-Qatani, Vice President for Capability Building in the Local Content Authority, Mr. Fad Al-Salem, Head of the Local Content Growth at PIF. So let me start with maybe a broad question for all our panelists. When we talk about local content, what is the support that the local content is given to the realization of Vision 2030? Maybe, Engineer Mohammed, you can start.
Yes, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Pleased to be here today in the Public Investment Fund and Private Sector Forum, the 4th edition. It's a true pleasure. And speaking about the Saudi Vision 2030, as you know, the intrinsic core value of this vision is about people. So it is to make it as best as possible for people. And to carry this great vision, we have three main pillars. One of them is the thriving economy. And the vision has realized since its beginning that to have thriving economy, we need solid and sound local content to make our economy sustainable and long-lasting. So here the local content and government procurement comes to action, where we have, since we started the journey, to assess the current situation. And we have worked with authorities having jurisdictions to create regulations, policies, tools, and mechanisms to align the government spend with the strategic objectives of Vision 2030. All those efforts has given us a lot of achievement. We also have created unified methodology how to calculate the percentage of local content in an entity so that we can have the chance for any entity would like to assess that to have this certificate. So we have created more than 15,000 certificates giving a percentage to the company about their achievement and performance in the local content. And as I said, those integrated efforts gave us a lot of achievements. For example, it has created more than 124,000 jobs, brand new, direct and indirect, since we have started the journey. We have also increased the local content percentage from the government procurement from 28% back in 2018 till more than 51% back in 2025, with the aim to go up to 70% by 2030. We also have achieved percentage of local content of more than 51% in the final spend in the non-oil sector. So all of those achievements give us confidence that we are going to the right direction, and we are indeed contributing to the Vision 2030.
Thank you, Engineer. Please.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. Happy really to be here. So local content is one of the tools that is able to measure the effect, the ambition of the Vision 2030 and convert those ambitions into measurable outcomes. It basically ensures that national investments doesn't just build assets, but it builds Saudi capability, Saudi businesses, and as well Saudi value chain. The core of the Vision 2030 is economic diversification, but as well balance of trade enhancement and private sector engagement. Local content addresses those three elements equally, as its main purpose is to retain the value within the kingdom and reduce the dependency on importance. Private sector plays a key role in this. So part of the Vision 2030 target is to have a private sector contribution to non-oil GDP of 65% by 2030. Today, to have this being accelerated, private sector need to play, but as well need to act at scale and at a competitiveness. At the PIF, we operationalize all of that within the Musahama, which is the PIF flagship local content growth program. And we do that by ensuring that local content considerations are embedded across the investment value chain, from ideation or design up until execution. The results for this, for us, is quite material. So one, local spends have increased from 62 billion in 2020 up until 207 billion in 2024. Cumulatively, 591 over this 5 years of local spends being retained in the economy. And on a score level, PIF have achieved 57% local content score in 2024, which puts us in a much proximate location to the 60% 2025 target set by the PIF. So the vision sets the destination. Local content ensure that the value is retained within the economy.
Thank you, Fad. Maybe Engineer Amar provide the private sector perspective.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Good morning, everyone here. First of all, let me thank the PIF from His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan and his team for organizing such amazing forum, and Mr. Jerry Todd, Mr. Fahd Salim for this arrangement and this invitation to represent Al-Fanar group here in front of everyone. Actually, Al-Fanar, one of the lead group, manufacturing, ABC, engineering service. When we're talking about local content, we find actually all the programs which launched, with the Vision 2030 back to February 2016, either from Iktifa to Bina to Musahama, or from the government, Local Content Authority, we believe these programs supporting the localization manufacture, supporting bringing the technologies into the kingdoms, which lead to develop the industries and support the talent, to recruit them, to develop them. And we've seen these results. Today, the market of Saudi Arabia, as my colleagues, both of them highlighted, the local content reached 50%. And we are example of this. We are expanding. We are getting a partner who coming to partnering with us. We have a success story to localize, a new product. In addition, what we have it earlier, either from the grid component, automation, digitalization, and we believe this will lead the Saudi made to be global, inshallah ta'ala.
Thank you, Engineer. Maybe, Engineer Mohammed, we discuss local content and the support to the vision, but obviously partnerships is a critical element. So how the integration of government, public investment fund, and the broader national platform will support local content?
Yes, indeed. We are in close and active discussion with our colleagues in PIF, led by my brother Fahd Salim, about the programs of the local content in the state-owned enterprises which belong to the PIF. In fact, we appreciate the program Musahama of PIF, and we recognize its achievement so far, which are well aligned with the local content strategic directions. We are working also with the top companies owned by the state, such as, but not limited to, Aramco, SABIC. We have created local content coordination council, which consists of the top 11 companies, such as like Aramco, SABIC, STC, SEC, Ma'aden, and so on, where we are in active participation and discussion with their own programs to nurture the local content. We also helped a lot of other state-owned companies to create their own programs. Often we are approached by private sectors, purely private sector, to create their own programs. We have general framework which will help the company to create local content which will sustain their business and their supply chain and retain the value chain in the country. We also have, as I said in the first question, created unified methodology, how to assess a local content in a company, which consists of 4 elements. So we assess the local content in those 4 elements: the goods and services, the manpower, the fixed asset, and also the capability buildings. So we are looking at the local content holistically, and we appreciate the integration between our partners, PIF, and state-owned companies. We are helping more than 260 companies to achieve that. We also work with pure private companies to help them to review their RFQs to make sure that they are aligned with the direction of local content. Often we are approached to support the private sector to find alternative local products to substitute foreign products, which were maybe sometimes discontinued or have challenges to avail. And we are achieving good progress. So, for example, in the Local Content Coordination Council, we have achieved more than 54% local content percentage in 2023, and we are anticipating more than 60% in 2024. And the state-owned enterprises, average local content among the companies which has assessed their local content percentage is more than 51%. So we are progressing, and we appreciate this integration, and we see its value. The journey is still long, but we are going to the right direction.
Thank you, Chair Mohammed. Mr. Fad, now obviously PIF has been a champion of local content since the early days. Can you tell us what were the achievements in the last 5 years on local content, and maybe what else needs to be done to promote local content with the private sector?
So many. Over the past 5 years, many of those aspirations have really converted into systematic, repeatable sort of outcomes, quite concrete. I mentioned earlier that local content considerations are embedded through the investment life cycle at the PIF, from the early design up until the execution. And this have resulted quantitatively in significant outcomes. I mentioned earlier 591 billion Saudi riyal of local spends being retained within the economy over the past 5 years. Local content score of the PIF at an aggregated level of 57% in 2024, and the growth in local spends between 2023 to 2024 increased by 37%. So this is really concrete, and this is the driver of that is initiatives that took place to support the Musahama programs along with our portfolio companies, but as well the wider ecosystem. Structurally, this gives the right sign for the private sector. So suppliers are investing more because they have the visibility of the opportunities pipeline. Manufacturing capacity have increased with confidence. So 42 commitments of manufacturing in the kingdom, 11 of them that is today operational, and 31 that is under development. And at the same time, supply chains are localizing in non-real estate and non-industrial sectors to address a cumulative demand of about 68 billion by 2030. So bottom line around this, many initiatives have took place to embed those policies and programs within the ecosystems, and the change have happened really within the behavior. So moving from one-off contracts to a repeatable own deliveries, moving from participation to ownership of capabilities, and finally moving from compliance to really competitiveness. And I think the next wave of looking at local content is not really going to be anymore around compliance or participation, is really going to be around productivity, value creation for the coming of years to come.
Just to close, what would be the tools in the future that the private sector might need to promote and accelerate local content deployment?
Private sector will need to look at a combination of elements that cannot be really looked at in silos. One, visibility of demand and opportunities. Yes. Second, capabilities to be at the right level of scale to compete locally but as well internationally. Third, financing and ensuring that the financing is available. And fourth, which is the core of everything, is talent. There are programs today run in the PIF across all of those four elements to ensure that they are answering with the portfolio companies but as well with the private sector.
Thank you, Mr. Fad. General Amir, we heard about how the acceleration on local content in the past and what is needed in the future, but now you are representing private sector.
Yes, actually, once from the beginning of local content program and what's achieved, I believe, as my colleagues highlighted, it's achieved even earlier than the target date. And the program is amazing. And we've seen it actually from our availabilities. We are available in more than 24 countries in addition to Saudi Arabia. And we've seen these countries, some of them, they are in contact to the Saudi authorities for localization, local authorities to check with them how they are inspiring with these programs. But for us, when you ask me about the localization, I believe localization, it's not just a number. It's a nation building on action. It's not just as a KPI. It's, in the end, it's a movement to localize the technologies, spending in R&D, giving chance and creating jobs to the talent, and improving and develop the industrials with the technologies and innovation. If you ask me about, I believe, the difference today with this localization programs, that there are elements to measure of the R&D. And when we seen last year how many IBs registered here in Saudis, more than 2,000, which is the right, I believe, manufacturing and localization, the manufacturers who own the technologies, who spend in the R&D, who believing in innovation, which will open, I believe, right direction to the Saudi talent. We have in Saudis and the talent and the youth, brilliant minds. And they will be there in that R&D. And the real example, we have it, let's say in Al-Fanar, when we launched the smart RMU, free of C6 gas. That's IB, developed by Saudi youth, registered as an IB, and that product, today, we are supplying that to Europe from Saudis. We are one of the pioneers in that regard. Again, R&D, owning the technologies, spending and developing the skills of the youth. Last year, as example, let me give you the figure. We recruited more than 1,000 Saudi youth. Out of them, around 600 engineers. So that will not allow us to do it if no programs there, if no mandate in these contracts and the projects. Again, one of the examples of localization, what we launched, in the beginning of, let's say, this year, HVDC component. And that manufacturer worldwide, it's very rare. It's available in China and Europe. And these manufacturers, they are fully booked for coming 5 years. With the support of, let's say, PIF companies in their contract with the localizations conditions, these external manufacturers and foreign manufacturers, to win that project, they came to localization with the right partner. So again, it's a total, I believe, conditions, which is allowed in the end to increase the investment here in Saudis and will reflect in the export. Once these manufacturers also again, yes, they are giving the chance, getting the, let's say, the support from local content, all the programs. But again, the sustainable will be once exporting that product to the world, to see the Saudi made everywhere in the world.
Thank you, Engineer Amr.
If I may, I won't speak on behalf of Amr, but private sector, as I said earlier, wants to see visibility, they want to see the capability, they want to see the financing, and the talent in place, and they cannot see that in silos. And this is, I think, a testimony to what Amir was just explaining.
Right, thank you. Maybe Engineer Mohammed, one last question to close in less than 1 minute. We heard sometime now from private sector player that local content might become a constraint, but no, we just heard from now that instead is increasing competitiveness, increase economic development. What would be one example that you can mention from the government side where local content transforming a competitive edge rather than just compliance with regulation?
Yes, indeed. In fact, I have dozens of examples, but I will limit it to your question. One example wherein we noticed that it's a shift from being a regulatory and compliant follower with the government entities and state-owned enterprises to a stimulus of investment of strategic products or niche products. One example I can recall is the reverse osmosis membranes, where we have worked with the Ministry of Water to localize this product from their foreign import to be locally produced. Now the factory is up and running, and they have started a few months ago to receive products from that factory. We also helped one of the companies with the Samsung Electronics to localize the VRF products in the air conditioning, and many examples I can recall. So we are shifting from just a regulatory and compliance follower with the entities to a stimulus engine to encourage the investment in locally produced products.
Thank you, Engineer Mohammed. So I want to thank you all the panelists for this insightful
Can I answer this question?
Yes, please.
You give me time. Just to proving that, actually we heard it in everywhere that these programs sometimes increasing the cost. Actually, it's not true. As a real example of this, last year we export from our Riyadh factories, from the factories where more than 700 Saudi female working there, we export to the, let's say, to the globe around 1 billion Saudi riyal. This is the real example, I believe. And there, no local content program, no any supporting of that. So whatever said that the local content program will increase the price, I believe the figures, the fact proving that this is not the correct. And from Saudis, we are exporting in everywhere in the world with a total just in 1 year, 1 billion Saudi riyal. That's only us as a Fanar company. And I know a lot of examples from other local manufacturer who is exporting to the globe and getting the records too without any support in that countries who are receiving our product of the local content.
Thank you, Engineer Amr. So thank you again to all our panelists for this contribution. Thanks for the audience to listen to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tricomo, and thanks to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have opportunity to visit other ecosystem around us. See you again at the plenary at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Our next session about advancing KSA capital markets. Please join me in welcoming moderator Anton Olsen, Director, Head of Financial Institute Unit, Public Investment Fund, and our distinguished panelists.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. It's really appreciated. We'd like to open up with a panel on capital markets, and specifically would like to discuss how capital markets in Saudi Arabia can enable the priorities that have been discussed as part of this forum, which is bringing in third-party capital, private capital, maturing the ecosystem, and mobilizing capital. So let me introduce by starting with our speakers. James Baker, the Global Co-Head of Investment Banking Capital Markets at Piper Sandler. Welcome, James. Thanks for flying in from the US.
Of course.
Hazem bin Qasim, the CEO and founder of Blue 5 Capital, global investment platform that connects the global capital markets of the Global East and the Global South. George Hanna, the managing director of State Street. George is responsible for investments and investment distribution. Mohsen Javed, the head of allocation with Public Investment Fund, mean allocation. And finally, Kashif Riaz, the managing director of BlackRock Investment Management here in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much once again for joining the panel. It's been some trouble for you. We really, really, really appreciate it. So my first question goes to Kashif. Kashif, we're in a market which is still heavily dominated by banks, right? And bank lending. Bank has fantastic relationship with customers, very strong playbooks. 85, 90% of the economy are concentrated around bank lending. In those circumstances, what's your view and BlackRock's view with regards to capital markets evolution and specifically corporate debt?
Sure. No, thank you very much, Anton, and thank you all for joining us today. So, I think to answer your question, I'll zoom out a little bit. And what I'd start with is that the amount of capital investment in the kingdom's economy right now is to support the transformation and the growth of new sectors is well beyond the traditional and larger than the capacity of the banking system. So it used to be that the kingdom's banking system was perhaps larger than the kingdom's economic needs, and that resulted in, you'd say, surplus deposits that would be reinvested globally. Over the last decade, we've seen a very steady growth in credit demand that comes from the industrial sector, from infrastructure, and from housing in particular as well. So the banking system is very important as a channel of funding, but increasingly, as has happened in economies around the world, the development of non-bank finance through the debt capital markets, through private credit channels, and other vehicles is going to be an important part of the landscape. Over the past few years, we've just seen approximately, let's say, 50 new corporate and financial issuers enter the debt capital markets for the first time. So companies are seeing this as a reliable source of affordable long-term financing to supplement what they already receive from the banking system. So we're quite optimistic about the development of the kingdom's and the region's debt capital markets, which really started just about a decade ago with sovereign issuance. We've seen over the past few years institutions such as the PIF steadily access and diversify funding sources. And now that's become a model for portfolio companies and then other members of the private sector to also look to debt capital markets as a source of financing. Beyond that, we see the beginnings of the same in the private credit market. And away from the corporate sphere, the housing sector of the country has grown rapidly as well. As household formation rises, as home ownership has risen from 45% to over 65%, the mortgage market, most of which sits on the banking system's balance sheet, has grown to over 800 billion rial. And supplementing sovereign and corporate debt capital markets, we also expect securitization, first of residential mortgages, but also of other types of asset-based exposures to be an important avenue for funding in the future. And so for a global asset manager, this is a very important and promising growth market, both from investor demand, but importantly from the ability to have new exposures. Issuers and parts of the economy that previously weren't available to fixed income investors are increasingly available, and we're excited about building investment solutions for that.
This is great. Maybe just a quick follow-up question. Where do you see the main FDI flows coming into the kingdom, especially in the view of the recent public transactions that have been announced from BlackRock?
Sure. So I think that as the kingdom's economic transformation continues, you see a steady move up the risk spectrum. So as I mentioned, the first flows, and I would say our company's most substantive activity in the kingdom's capital markets before, was in the sovereign and quasi-sovereign bond markets. Over time, that's changed, where we have 2 Saudi ETFs catering to international investors, one in the United States, one in Europe. We've recently launched active equity products cater to foreign investors registered in Europe as well. But importantly, the private markets are an important focal point for this activity. I would say the largest quantum of foreign direct investment in the kingdom initially is likely to occur in the infrastructure space. And so over the past few years, we've been fortunate to enter into 2 large-scale joint ventures with Aramco, one related to gas pipelines and one related to the Jafurah gas fields. But we expect that activity, which has started in energy infrastructure, to broaden into other infrastructure sectors, including logistics, transportation, digital, etc.
Thank you very much. It seems like the liquidity is there, the will is there, the talent is there, but the market composition needs to continue evolving, which brings us to Mohsen. Mohsen, you're representing one of the largest LPs in the region, the Public Investment Fund, right? You focus this MENA portfolio broadly. Tell us a little bit about current PIF's mandates, where you are with the allocations and the development of the asset management market.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anton. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. As you rightly said, we are among the largest allocator of capital to the local markets. And our mandate is not just to strive for maximizing financial returns, but at the same time, we also actively participate in the development of capital markets. And as Kashif rightly pointed out, we think as the economy matures, as the growth ambitions grow, a mature, well-functioning capital market is essential to fund the economic growth of the kingdom. Now, we are, as PIF, are situated in a very, very good, ideal position to influence this change. Our mandate currently spans 90+ asset managers' mandates across 6 different asset classes. We have the reach across all the asset managers operating in the kingdom, and we think we can influence them to make positive changes. Our focus with regard to the development at the moment is threefold. As Kashif alluded to, we want to broaden the funding pool available to the local economic participants. Under this category, what we are more active in doing is we'll partner with international, local, and regional asset managers, and we'll seed products that we think are missing in the market. In this, we have done a number of ETFs, we have done a number of private credit funds, private equity funds. We are looking to do hedge funds. The idea is we don't want to be the end solution, but we want to be the catalyst to provide confidence and scale at the start for others to follow and grow the asset class eventually. Second, our focus is uplifting the offering in the market. And when we say uplifting the offering, it entails improving the governance standards, improving the reporting standards, improving the system processes, whatever it entails. We are not just an allocator that allocates money and walks away. We'll sit with the manager, we'll advise him on the best practices and try to put KPIs on the manager to uplift the standard of the offering. Third category would be the overall ecosystem of the capital markets. As you know, one of the most important thing in this industry is human capital. We have been working with our partners in the industry to develop training programs catered towards asset managers on building the missing skills. We have been working with the international managers, some of them on this stage, to localize expertise that we think are not available in the local market and catalyze segments of the market. In short, the ultimate goal of all these developmental activities is to develop a capital market that can fund the economic vision of the kingdom.
Right. Mohsen, thank you very much. Thanks. It's great to know that there are a few institutional anchors here in the country. And PIF has a terrific market development mandate. Obviously, from the work we do together, we appreciate what's happening and how we can proceed together. George, maybe next question can go to you then, because you're representing one of the largest custodians globally and one of the largest asset managers, State Street. So State Street has over 50 trillion under custody, over 5 trillion under management, right? And you work with Public Investment Fund, multiple other institutions here in Saudi and globally. And I guess the question will be, what other milestones do we all together need to achieve for Riyadh to continue evolving as a global financial hub?
Yeah, right. Thank you so much, Osin. And it's a privilege to be here and talking to this great audience. I'm going to start first by saying that I'm going to try not to repeat what Kashif and Mohsen said, because all of that is really instrumental and is a pillar towards the evolution of the capital markets in such a way that allows for international markets and international capital to flow through quickly and efficiently and at scale, and to enable the velocity that is required for such an endeavor. One of the things that I think we should note is, I think everything that I might say right now regarding what are the gaps that still need to be filled would probably turn dated in a very short span of time. I mean, let's just observe the number of initiatives, regulations, and announcements that were made from different regulatory bodies and the Council of Ministers as well, into the sheer advancement of those over the last 6 months or 9 months is phenomenal. And what will stand out is obviously a strategy, an infrastructure that can really cultivate a culture of innovation in the space. I'm just going to take a step back because I'm trying to avoid much of the things that were discussed a moment ago in order not to be repetitive. But here's the thing. Saudi already has much of what is needed in terms of pillars, in terms of the really state-of-the-art financial ecosystem or financial building blocks. Consider the Tadawul group, for example, from, again, technologically one of the most advanced exchanges, depository, Muqasa, and even WAMID. If we consider the financial and the fiscal perspective, the monetary stability, the yield curve that we have in both currencies, all of these are important pillars for the development of a financial hub. But one of the things that we need to focus on when we're thinking of, when we mention the term hub, is the fact that each one of those that we could have in mind tend to be different in their own ways and tend to offer different value propositions. However, they seem to all offer one thing that is, or a thread that is common across all of them, and it is interoperability, right? Capital efficiency, and the fact that you can literally plug and play as an international investor, where there is familiarity in the protocols and the systems that are being utilized for settlement and for messaging and for the movement of capital within the system. So right now, the exercise is no longer going to be about just introducing another silo or another function that needs to be created. It's more about connecting all these together and offering a plumbing solution that does connect all of these initiatives together and pressurize those pipes, the pipes of interconnected capital. And we propose one of the solutions to actually go ahead and do that are things that Kashif had spoken about, which is an efficient ETF locally domiciled ecosystem. This is important because when you look at the ETF, when ETFs tend to have low tracking error, for example, as a small bid offer spreads, low implicit and explicit costs, this means that the internal plumbing works fine. it's almost like considering that one is about to working to get fit, right? Now, the outcome might be better muscle mass and looking better, perhaps, but the exercise that goes underneath it from good blood work and from good exercise and sleep and so on are the things that are unseen. And by equal token, the marginalization, for example, in Muqassa, the depository settlement and the speed of this and the reduction of manual provision of solutions and the rewarding of liquidity provisions, all of those will contribute to less risk inherent at each one of those participants or each one of those nodes, and ultimately reduce what we visibly see as a low tracking error and all of these. Which means that now the system is interconnected and can be pressurized and move at scale. And to Kashif's point and Mohsen, those will ultimately, those same tubes, those same pipelines, those same roads will allow for the creation and for the movement of capital and the introduction of more sophisticated products such as the securitization and the mortgage-backed securities, for example, which would free up a lot of banking capital that can be repurposed and utilized elsewhere.
Thank you much. Maybe a quick follow-up question. We've discussed the idea of Riyadh as ultimate ETF destination. So are we comfortably moving towards that objective?
Is Riyadh?
Riyadh as ETF destination, as ETF capital.
Right. So I believe that it needs to be more of a project that is not necessarily looked at from a product perspective, because already we do have the initiatives. Great managers with great innovation and ingenuity, let's call it, have already deployed capabilities and ETFs in the market. But we're still seeing those inefficiencies surface, and what our job is to help bring those efficiencies and bring them to the table so that everyone in the ecosystem can benefit from.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Look, let us transition to a global investor now. Hazem, you and your partners have set up Blue 5 Capital relatively recently with a mission, right? With a very strategic mission to connect the markets of the global East and the global South. So tell us all a bit more about your immediate priorities.
Sure. Anton and PIF, thank you for hosting us and for arranging for this conference, and good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, Blue 5, we are probably the youngest kid on the block, at least definitely alongside these very esteemed partners here. The theme is very clear, connecting the GCC with Asia. And that is a theme which is quite important. And it's very important specifically for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Some of you, or most of you probably know, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is usually referred to as the custodian of the two holy sites, which is probably the highest honor you can have other than being a nation and what have you. There's something else. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a custodian of a lot of the thinking, the knowledge, the innovation around Islamic products, Sharia-structured financial instruments. This has been a very, very substantial market that has been in large part ignored. Why is it ignored? It's difficult. It's a pain. You don't know where the market and where there isn't. And that's where, Anton, to answer your question, where do we see a significant gap in the market? And in large part, ourselves as a new kid on the block, you got to start with the gap. Our gap in the market, which we see, is around specifically Sharia-compliant investment products. Now, let me talk what exactly does that mean in actual products. First, Islamic world, beautiful. 1.9 billion across the world. Some are conventional, perfectly fine. Some are a little bit more, if they had the choice, with a certain level of parity in yield or cost, they will first and foremost go Sharia-compliant products. One of the units which at Blue 5 we kicked off, Blue 5 786, which for many of you may know what 786 number referred to, is going to be tapping into made in Saudi Arabia, actually ideally made in Mecca label, okay? That's specific. Fixed income, annuity products, to savers, pensioners, retirees, not just in GCC, not just in KSA, 1.9 billion Muslims. That's the target market. Okay, and that, if done correctly, and I hope we do have the right kitchen to do that correctly, this could be by far the most important access to capital in over the next 10 decades. So that's why we spend as much time as we do in our offices in Jeddah and Riyadh, as we do in Jakarta, as we do in KL, and many other parts of Southeast Asia. Second of all, coming to specifically KSA, is around a lot of the asset-backed lending products. This varies anything from private sector, small business lending, to the more leasing type of interest. And I suspect that Blue 5 will have quite an active leasing business structured in a Sharia-compliant way, but also, as importantly, as you know, many of these leasing arrangements, it's a structured instrument with equity and leverage. That leverage, the Islamic financing market plays a very, very important role. And again, why do I pick on these two topics? Saudi Arabia sits at the hub of being the custodian of that innovation, those ideas and those thinkings. Not for the local market is great, but we got to put things in perspective. The entire addressable market in the Gulf, I suspect no more than 30 million investors or individuals with capital. That is not the big prize. The big prize is the global, whether it's the 6 billion or the 1.9 billion Muslims out there. There is an authenticity in KSA that it is time for that to be deployed in other parts of the world. The final topic I'll talk about is around the reinsurance market. And to me, it's a bit of a soft spot because it just feels that not just Saudi Arabia, but the GCC in general does not really have an insurance market. It does have an insurance brokerage market where I will issue policies and then reinsure them out, where about 80% of insurance premiums in the GCC are capital that is exported out to reinsurance groups. Why is that? I don't know. Is that because of discomfort in assessing risk and holding that risk? Is it because the asset management market is not as developed in the region to keep that capital? So again, I hope we will be an active participant in local reinsurance market and being one of the key custodian of that capital in this very, very important part of the world. Some of you or most of you probably know reinsurance. There are some evolution in the policies and practices of insurance in the GCC. I think in Saudi Arabia, car insurance has only become mandatory 2 years ago or so, which is, in other parts of the world, it's kind of you take it for life and for granted. So these are markets, if you notice everything I'm talking about, these are all markets that are substantial liquidity pools. They hog substantial liquidity pools. And that, as an asset manager, is a very important initial step, particularly for a newbie like ourselves.
Thank you so much. A very quick follow-up question. You work a lot with Asian insurers, Asian LPs specifically. What's the appetite for the GCC market?
So Asian LPs, usually when people say Asian LPs, at least from my observation, the three big buckets are Japan, Korea, and China. Japan and Korea, they're kind of set in their own ways. It's very, very difficult to have quite a quick change in direction. Chinese investors, on the other hand, we do have actually the very first office which we opened at Blue 5 was actually in Beijing, specifically for a specific reason. Geopolitics creates something very interesting. Geopolitics lead to movement or change in the routes of trade. And usually when the routes of trade change, the routes of capital will change. And this is what we're seeing very, very clearly, a significant appetite from Chinese institutions, sovereign and non-sovereign, to deploy capital into this part of the world. The frustration is always, it's too small and too complicated. And that's where I hope that all of us on this panel can play that role to make it easier for international investors to make sure this market is not too small, because it's an anchorage point for other parts of the world. And second of all, through the great work with the PIF and other institutions are doing, making it easier for international investors and international capital to be here.
Thank you so much. James, Piper Sandler has entered the GCC market recently with an acquisition. So tell us a little bit about your objectives, and I'll have a quick follow-up question afterwards.
Absolutely. And first off, thank you everyone for being here, and thank you for the PIF putting on such a fantastic conference. It's been a pleasure to be a part of this. So Piper Sandler, you had mentioned maybe that you were the new kid on the block. I think that we're really the new kids on the block here. So Piper Sandler is actually, we're a 130-year-old investment bank. But we've really only started growing over the last 10 years. And as you mentioned, through acquisition here in the region, we just opened an office a month ago. Piper Sandler has been combining capital with opportunity for our client base for a long time. And most of our clients are what we call in the West middle market, growth-oriented companies. And that's really what we're focused on here in the region, which is, if I think about how we're set up, we have 7 different discrete industry verticals: healthcare, financial services, which includes the insurance and wealth management sector as well. We have industrials, we have consumer, we have energy, we have chemicals and technology. So those are our 7 discrete industry verticals. And then from a product perspective, in terms of what do we actually do for our client base, it's primarily advisory, mergers and acquisitions, buy side or sell side within any of those industry verticals. We also raise capital, public and private, debt and equity, including private placements. We have a private capital advisory group that does not only funds raising, but also secondary capital advisory, including continuation vehicles. And then we have a very creative restructuring and special situations practice. So that's what we're focused on as an investment bank. So what is our intent in the region? So Saudi and the PIF have done a fantastic job of seed capital, setting up companies, scaling them to the point, including from the private sector investment, where now that they're ready for institutional investment to flow in. So that's where we come in. Our contacts in terms of institutional investing, stepping in, helping companies get ready for that. And what do I mean by that? It comes down to the setup of a private company as an example for the past multiple decades. That's been our wheelhouse in terms of what we do. Come in, help companies get ready for that institutional round, whether it's credit coming in, whether it's equity coming in, what have you. That's really our bread and butter.
Thank you. That's an important point. So we at PIF spend a lot of time, turning great ideas into bankable investment opportunities, right? So from your perspective, from U.S. investors' perspective, what else needs to be done to bring that capital into real assets, into ideally manufacturing assets? Because what we do here, we're trying to create real jobs.
Right, right. To be honest, you've already done the hard part, right? Which is building real businesses that have the scale, the scope, and the economic returns to attract that capital. From my perspective, the thing that needs to be done now is, if you look at like globally recognized structures, governance provisions, reporting provisions, things such as that, that make it frictionless for global flows to start headed this direction. The reason I say that, anytime there's friction around that and there's risk, capital can flow elsewhere. There's unlimited capital that can flow this direction if it's frictionless, and that, I think, is kind of the next step.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
What a great discussion. It seems like we have all the elements in place. We have the will, the talent, the liquidity. So what is left is continue hard work, which I hope we're going to be doing all together. We rely on all your help in here and hope that together we'll achieve the objectives of Vision 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Olsen, and your panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, next session brings together expertise and perspective around one key idea: advancing industrial depth through localization supply chains. Let's begin by welcoming our panelist, Engineer Abdulaziz Al-Ahmadi, Deputy Minister for Industrial Development at Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, Dr. Khalid Al-Jahrich, Head of Sector Development Department in the PIF, Engineer Majid Al-Argoubi, CEO of the Saudi Authority for Industrial Cities and Technology Zones, MODON, Mr. Jerry Lee, founder and managing partner in EW Partners. Welcome and thank you. Let's begin with Engineer Abdulaziz. How does the ministry's directions enable industrial localization, and in what ways does it contribute to strengthening and developing local supply chains?
Thank you, Mohammed, and I would like to also thank PIF for the very great event. In fact, every year it becomes more impactful, more powerful, and it integrates the private sector with the key project that PIF does. So if we talk about industrialization in the kingdom and take a historical look at the industrial sector, our industrial structure was heavily based on the basic industries. So we used to focus on petrochemical industries. We had also some metallic industries. We looked at some of the building material and also some of the food industries. With the launch of Vision 2030 and also all of the associated strategies that came with it, maybe on top of it for this specific topic is the National Industrial Strategy, we started to see more diversification on the targets, objectives, and the sectors we're looking at. So looking forward now, we're looking at advanced industries like automotive, aerospace, maritime, machinery and equipment, electronics, and many of the other sectors that are different than what we used to do in the previous decades. Looking at those sectors and the needs that comes with it is the importance of the value chain integration and localization. So it's not a matter of only producing a car at the end of the value chain or some parts of the aerospace or helicopters or some of the machineries, but rather to build the whole value chain and ecosystem associated with those industries. With that, we'll achieve more competitiveness, we'll create ecosystems that makes those sectors more attractive to investors, and eventually we'll grow and develop those sectors in the kingdom. With that, the ministry and the broader industrial ecosystem and the government ecosystem, we've worked on many programs, initiatives, policies, and regulations that does not only support product localization or final products, but looking at the whole value chain. So if we take automotive as an example today, we have the great project of SEER, low seeds, and the others, but also the value chain now is unlocked. So we're creating the pull effect by bringing those anchor investments, and with that, you create more demand for the value chain and for the other investment to come in and work accordingly. So we made sure in the ministry to tailor our programs to support that. One of which, and maybe one of the biggest, is the Standard Incentives Program. So basically, the program provides grants up to 50 million SAR per project, and we made sure that those incentives and the product list that associate to the program aligns with our needs in the value chain buildup. So this is if I look at it from an input-output relationship. But sectoral development does not stop only in the input and output relationship, but is more the broader supply chain development. So all of the inputs needed to manufacture something, products competitively. So we're talking about human capital development, we're talking about services, spare parts, research and development, innovation. So everything needed to build a fully integrated ecosystem is what we're working on during these periods and through the development of those value chains.
Great. Dr. Khalid, this year marks the 4th edition of the Private Sector Forum, where PIF and its portfolio companies engage with the private sector to invest in their supply chains. In another way, what notable achievements have been made in this regard?
Thank you, Mohammed. Let me answer that question by describing 3 different things that we did and accomplished over the last 5 years. So the first thing, and I'll mention them and I'll describe them in a little bit of detail. The first thing is creating demand, just like what Abu Majid mentioned. The second thing is creating visibility around that demand. And the third thing is executing on a lot of opportunities created by the portfolio. So the first thing in creating demand, PIF launched more than 100 companies. Many of those companies act as anchor demand for the sectors that PIF invests in. What that means is thousands of products and services that are going to be procured by those companies, naturally creating a lot of opportunities in the supply chains of those companies. Also on creating demand, we didn't stop there as a fund. The board of directors of PIF approved the Musahama local content policy of the portfolio back in 2022. So far, that policy has been rolled out across the portfolio to all the portfolio companies. And what that means is that the companies have specific targets and incentives for them to further ensure that a lot of what they procure in terms of products and services is procured locally. So that's on the demand creation. On the creating visibility, we've done a lot of things, but I'll talk about 2 things. The first thing is this forum. So this forum is in its 4th edition, and then the main objective of this forum is to connect the companies with the private sector, to surface those opportunities and to make them visible and explain them more to the private sector. And the second thing we did, because we don't want to only engage with our private sector partners once a year, we launched the Private Sector Hub, which is our digital platform that has hundreds of opportunities in the supply chains of our portfolio companies. And the number is increasing, and that's a digital platform where investors can go and learn more about the opportunities in the sectors that PIF invests in. And then proactively, we identify certain opportunities that are sizable, attractive, and current, and we pitched them and worked with the private sector to execute on those opportunities. And there's been many examples that we've announced over the years. Yesterday, we announced many more. A couple of notable examples is Huawei co-investing or investing in supplying consumer premise equipment to STC, something that will replace significant imports by STC. And there were many examples across other portfolio companies. All of that work together has resulted in a lot of investors actually seeing the opportunity and acting on those opportunities. So far, we've secured more than 120 investment opportunities by private sector partners, and those private sector investments actually will replace tens of billions of what would otherwise be imported by our portfolio companies. So we've done some work, we've made some accomplishments, still a lot of work to be done, and that's the momentum we hope to continue on the next 5 years.
Thank you. My next question to Engineer Majid. Engineer Majid, after what we heard, we are witnessing growth and expansion in the industrial sector in the last few years by numbers. How does Modon facilitate actually and help this growth?
Thank you, Mohammed, and it's my pleasure being here today to enlightening the role of Mudun to support the private sector in their business decisions and in their investment decisions. The Kingdom has a clear direction toward the localizations. And the localization, the way we see it, is not an only policy that imposed in the market, but it is understanding, is coordination, is communication between the private sector and the public sector to understand the needs and the gap in the needs in the market. Therefore, maybe today in my speech, I will talk about high level, how is the outlook of the industrial sector is behavior in the past, and then I will deep dive in Mudun role in supporting the industrial sectors. If we see the contribution and the performance indices in the industrial sector is very positive and promising in the past couple of years. For example, the foreign direct investment has been growth up to 35 billion real, which is in percentage contribute to around 30%. And also the fixed capital formation, it's exceeding 170 billion Saudi riyal. The contribution of the industrial sectors in the GDP more than 500 billion riyal. And the export as a result of that is exceeding 300 million riyal. And this doesn't happen by sudden or unplanned. It was a plan, it was a framework policy agreement between all the government entity to reach this result. And maybe I will just mention 4 items that today the policy framework agreed to ensure to the private sector that we as a government consider private sector as a partner, and we make sure that they have the right platform and environment as an ecosystem. We have a clarity in policy, is very positive toward the private sectors. We work in the creating the demand, as my colleagues mentioned, by the what the name local content and government authority. Also, we create a fund where the industrial sector now supporting the local or the international even investors for the fund required to their project, and also in providing the state-of-art and world-class infrastructure that can accommodate the investor when they want to transfer their operation to Saudi Arabia through RCGY and through Mudun, plus other incentives that the government work on. If we come to Mudun side, Saudi Authority for Industrial City and Technology Zone is oversight 42 industrial park in 25 cities across the kingdom, and the total number of factories are located within Mudun is around 7,700 factories. And the logistic is around 500 logistic centers. The total investment from the private sector within Mudun is around 470 billion Saudi riyal. If we see this enabler that Mudun provides, plus the framework that we mentioned earlier, you can see the growth happening in the past 2 years. 24 and 25, we acquired or attract more than 1,400 new investment and new establishment in the industrial sector. This is only with Mudun. And this is show you how the Ministry of Industrial and Minerals Resources support the localization, support and enable the private sector to do their business in a very healthy environment and ecosystem. But Mudun also not only providing the infrastructure, but also is providing additional services and solutions to support the private sector to do their business in an easy manner. We provide the ready-made factory, and it's a successful story. The ready-made factory was started in 2016 with only around 80 factories. Today we have more than 2,200 ready-made factories are built by Mudun and by the private sectors. Also, the small and medium-sized enterprise that are the backbone of our interest and our business to support the localization, because the major player in the localization is the small and medium-sized companies. And this is where today we try to crack the supply chain, where we can enable the local companies to participate in localizing the supply chain for the big companies when they do business. And this is the role today Mudun and the Ministry of Industrial playing a major role to doing the matchmaking between the supply and demand. And we and Mudun work as a customer-centric authority and entity, where the customer are the heart of our operation and our processes. Therefore, we are very dynamic and agile to accommodate the request and the wishes and the ask of the tenant. And we will continue doing the support to the tenant to ensure that the localization program needs facilities to do their business in easy manner and sustainable business. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Engineer Majid. The last question is this in this round to Mr. Jerry Lee. EW Partners have already achieved significant success across several sectors. Based on that experience, how does this new approach by PIF offer allow you to scale into more complex industrial and energy value chains?
Thanks, Mohammed. Actually, this is a very hard question. I think right now it's very clear. All the environment for the deeply industrial execution is ready in Saudi Arabia. And we are a PE firm. We have been here more than 8 years. And according to our experience, this is a scalable complex industrial supply chain. It's not just the capital. It's the execution. This is the key and very hard. You know, a lot of projects is we are focused on bringing some foreign companies, especially come from China. And a lot of projects cover different countries, different sectors. And they need to matching different regulation, operating standard. That is a long-term cooperation, and they need a lot of hands-on execution. And in this background, actually, we play several different roles. Just like we bring some proven model, or we just like translate the proven HR companies' capabilities to Saudi Arabia and embed them into Saudi Arabia's national strategy. Just like, you know, this strength, they can create real value only when they can localize in the Saudi Arabia. But how to doing that? You know, without the PIF support, we cannot achieve that. And there is a lot of different programs and policies, and that make develop a repeatable and sustainable business execution model. So this approach gives us opportunity, and we have done several deals across different platforms and different sectors. Just like at the platform level, we partner with King Solomon International Airport, and we developing a KSA China special economic logistics zone. That is a 4 square kilometers, how to say, a zone, and combined with some physical infrastructure, and enable with some Chinese high-end technology, and that can support more and more Chinese companies can truly land it and operate here. In the advanced manufacturing, we invest the Leshan, supply chain company from Lenovo. And this company localized mature Asia technology manufacturing and supply chain system, addressing how to produce capabilities can operate long-term in the Saudi Arabia. And this is, I think, is also very important. In the fulfillment and the distribution, we partner with GNT Logistics. And we complete a critical part of the value chain. This is the last mile delivery. And in the healthcare, we cooperate with MISA and the Ministry of Health. We localize some advanced Asian medical technology and high-quality medical devices in the local. So when we talk about scalability in complex industry value chain, PIF approach enable repeatable and sustainable clusters. This is not a siloed project, but a policy, capital, execution, moving together. So that's why we are here, and that's why we have a strong long-term confidence about this country. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Thank you all for that informative discussion. I believe the audience found that very insightful. Please give a round of applause for our distinguished panelists for today. احنا كنا طمعانين في سؤال. الله يعطيك العافية. عليك حالك شو اخبارك؟ الله يحفظك شكرا لك. مرة أخرى شكرا لضيوفي.
Again, we remind you that
الجحرش, Engineer Majid Al-Argoubi and Mr. Jerry Lee. It is time for our next session. Search Funds, Scaling Saudi Champions. Please join me in welcoming moderator Amal Dukhan, Managing Partner in 500 Global, and her panelist.
Thank you. Good afternoon. In this session, we're exploring a transformative model for the Saudi private sector search funds. As we navigate the succession decades, and leaders for thousands of Saudi SMEs, we will discuss how entrepreneurship through acquisition model professionalizes the family-owned businesses and enterprises, turning the local champions into institutional great assets. And we're going to dig deeper and dive deeper with our panelists today as we have a story in hand. But the whole concept here really comes about a searcher who's mostly an entrepreneur who raises capital and private funds, and they go and find opportunities that are mostly profitable or has some cash and profit, and we're going to hear more about that to solve succession gap, productivity gap, and enhances SME contribution. So please help me welcome Renato Abisamro, who's to my left here, a founder and a partner at Spectra Investments, and also Ghassan Ayat, who basically is a managing director and at Oxmar Partners, which is basically the first search fund, and we're putting him in the middle between his investors to his left and right. And then we have Yusuf Al-Yusufi, who's a chief executive officer at Jua Capital. And to kick it off, I'll start with you, Renato, here. And basically, since the morning, I've been talking to people around search funds. There's a lot of intrigued, actually, conversation about what is a search fund Is this private equity? Is this venture capital? Is this a completely new asset class? Although when I've done the research, this goes back maybe to the 80s with Stanford or Harvard, as we heard that there's a disagreement where this term actually came from. So why actually, so let's understand, how search funds really operate and why they are considered a model for entrepreneurship ownership really today.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Amal.
Thank you.
I'm very pleased to be here among these gentlemen, which I'm proud of having a good relationship. We are investors in the private markets in Latin America for more than 14 years now. We invested so far in more than 600 companies in the region. And Search Fund is a different model. It's similar to private equity buyout, but it's more interesting and more aligned. Basically, a young, well-educated person that comes out from top-tier business school, MBA, he decides to look for an acquisition rather than looking for a job, which is all those schools are teaching those young guys for years how to become an entrepreneur. This is why it's called entrepreneurship through acquisition. But to do that, he needs the support of what we call sponsors. The sponsors are someone willing to provide capital to these young people, to this young guy or women through the search phase. The search phase consists into identifying potential targets, involving into negotiation with the seller, which is normally a family-owned business, small, mid-size. And after he enters into an agreement in terms of the transaction, he will bring that opportunity to the sponsors. The sponsors, they have the right to invest, but they're not obliged to. They are only committed with the capital for the search phase because they need a salary, they need to pay due diligence process, and when the transaction comes in, the investor can take the decision to go through or not. The reason why we decided to invest in search funds is because we saw a lot of, we have a lot of data on private equity in Latin America, and we discovered that buyouts did not do well on average, but there are some very successful transactions. And the reason why those transactions were successful is because there was a CEO that was seen as the owner. Different than private equity firms that brings executives from outside. This guy was seen as the owner, and this is exactly what search funds brings into the company. Someone that will sit on the pilot seat and be seen as an owner. So
it's quite interesting, because we here have seen, the emergence of private equity in the market in Saudi Arabia. Then we started to see, more venture capital funds coming in 2016, and then different asset classes. And I think as long as we're seeing different asset classes like debt and others as well, we also start seeing different financing tools and institutions and structures. And maybe that takes me to you, Yusuf, since you're an investor and you actually supported, this gentleman who's sitting in the middle, here. I'm curious about the timing, because every fund that you launch, with a venture or private equity, you must look at the market dynamics, and the timing of it. Right. Do you believe that it's the right timing for Saudi Arabia, and why? Why would it be right today?
First of all, it's a real pleasure to be with you, Amal, on the stage. We've been observers of entrepreneurship. I've also been an observer of capital markets, and I think this concept of entrepreneurship by acquisition or search funds combines both and advances the agenda of both.
Absolutely.
As you know, for 2 decades, these two files or two areas have been developing at an accelerated pace, and I think 2026 is the year where bargains will be found for all kinds of investors in private markets and public markets, mainly because there are many, many ambitious initiatives, and there are many investors, and both investors and resources are under pressure at this point because the ambition is so high. And these are the times where, concepts that can take advantage of this macro environment and capture opportunities that are unique and can deliver good returns. Why this is the year for search funds? 3 reasons. One, the fundamentals of the Saudi economy support this thesis. Majority of private businesses are actually family-owned. Family businesses have succession issues, and I'm sure Ghassan and Renato can talk about the search fund model, but many of the acquisitions are actually from family businesses or family-owned enterprises. Second, you have the development of capital markets has been accelerated in the last decade or so. So you have the development of a stock market, started by listing the large utilities, there are large banks, the telcos, and then family businesses started listing. Then you have the parallel market. You witness the venture capital and private equity market developing. And now everyone is talking about enough funds, but not enough deal flow.
Sure.
So now the deal flow is a bottleneck, which was never the case. Usually there were deals, but not funds. Now we have the opposite issue. And I think search funds are very well positioned, just like entrepreneurs backed by venture capital, create companies from scratch. Search funders take companies that are not ready for private equity investment and really clean them up and bring them up to the standards of institutional investors.
And it's almost you're looking at an untapped, opportunity that's being actually somehow not looked at, because the traditional way of looking at these businesses could either go obsolete, after a period of time, or it could go into a different direction. I think, Renato, you'll comment on that in a bit. But I want to also
One more
ask
thing
you,
to add on a global level, across multiple countries, data supports that search fund, if you were to look at it as an asset class in its own, outperforms private equity, venture capital, and other alternatives. So that also was one of the reasons why we thought this is the right time.
Yeah, I'll not take that at heart as a venture capitalist in this room, actually moderating the session. Ghassan, so why you became a searcher then? This is another term that, we're used to. You're an entrepreneur, but they call it, a searcher at the stage because you actually go and sweat the market and look at it, you fundraise. Tell me why and why now?
Yeah, so originally I was an operator in the heart. I dealt with clients, with vendors. I was on site, I worked in the desert. So I have that element of management and operation in me. After I went to my MBA, I wanted a role in finance. So I worked briefly in VCPE, mainly on the private equity side. And honestly, I wasn't used to just work and sit on a station and look at sheets. I wanted to manage actively. And at the time, I saw the gap between the private equity firms here in Saudi, I'm speaking, and business owners of businesses and products that I grew up with. There is no language. In terms of proprietary outreach, private equity firms don't reach out to great quality businesses. And then at Harvard, they teach a lot about the entrepreneurship through acquisition. And I looked at it. It was a merge between finance and operation and leadership and management and dealing with people. So I get to search for a company. I look at the financials. I evaluate it and make a decision to acquire. And then I jump in as an owner and I participate in the upside of the equity. So that combines what I really am in terms of operation, in terms of management, leading people, and at the same time, what I want to be in the future. And lastly, financial returns. Of course, everyone looks at financial returns.
Absolutely.
In a search fund setting, I get to participate in up to 25% of equity in the acquired company. It's split in 3 tranches. After acquisition, I get 8, then over 4 years, I get 8%, and then the last 8.3%, that makes it 25%, I get it based on the hurdle rate. If I get anything above 35%, I get it all. Anything below, I don't get it. But all in all, I'm compensated well, and it's financially very lucrative.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I read, a term that they were talking about how entrepreneurs are very obsessed emotionally about the problem that they are actually solving, and that's what gets them going. And we know that from every day when we deal with startup founders. Yet in your case, it's about the hunt for the opportunity. So there's more of a mindset kind of, shift in the way you actually select and look at the opportunity. Which brings me to you, Renata, actually, since you've seen this, you've been actually funding, different searches as well. Now, this unlocks value for the private sector, this opportunity which we haven't seen, before, in a different way, in a different dynamic, especially SMEs and family-owned businesses. Family-owned businesses are naturally, emotionally, besides financially driven, where somebody would want to lead and want to take over. And admitting that, the road will be different, it's quite a difficult thing and quite a hard thing to let go of. So I'm curious from your point of view about the value that will be unlocked. And the second thing, the emotional, financial dilemma in the mind. How do you deal with that?
It's natural that some companies, especially the family-owned ones that are small and mid-sized, reach that situation where there's no succession. It's normal because normally what happens is the entrepreneur was very successful. During 30, 40 years, he was able to manage the company and see good results. He managed to give a very good life to their families.
Yeah.
And what they do sometimes is they send their kids to study abroad and they never come back. Right? They just don't want to run the family business. So he ends up with a situation where he's getting old, but he's sitting on an asset that has a value. So he needs to find ways of liquidity. The typical way is to sell to a strategic.
Yes.
Strategics are buying small companies to expand their markets, but also when it's done, normally part of the employees is put away. Some of the products may not fit into the new environment. And this is not the best situation for someone that created a business with a lot of energy and love for so many times. So the interesting aspect of the search fund is that the proposition is, I will take over your business and I will perpetuate your legacy. It speaks much more with the entrepreneur than just selling to a strategic. And what we learn is search funds are able to buy at lower multiples because of that.
Right.
Something that I like to say is that total returns equals to financial returns plus emotional return. And this has an emotional angle for the seller that can continue with part of the equity to serve in an earn-out in the future and take profit. And it's good because he would help in the transition. So it makes total sense. So I believe this is a very important angle that is driving the development of search funds.
Absolutely. I think which takes us, towards the Saudi market and the culture and what we're seeing actually today, Youssef. I think curious from your assessment, since you looked at the different asset classes today, is there a formula that we need? Is there any gaps or blocks that we need in the Saudi market? Regulatory, collaboration, openness about opportunities that will make search funds, since the opportunity is here today, and there will be a lot that will be intrigued around, this. So is there any blocks that we need to look at in order to make search funds more popular, let's say?
So yesterday, Renato showed us some data from, they've invested in tens of search funds. And one observation we had across countries, of course, we only have one search fund in Saudi for now, but one of the observations is that countries that have professors of business that champion this concept end up influencing a lot of their students, especially in MBA programs. So one thing maybe we can do in the kingdom is maybe find those institutions that can, inform different ambitious young people that can provide all that energy and invest their time to inform others, and you create that network effect. But for now, it's just people who graduated from MBA programs in the US, from what I can see.
Yeah.
But I think we can localize the concept.
So we just need the first precedence and see the story actually completes in order to see others jumping into it, which actually takes me back to you, Ghassan. I assume that opportunities are not listed somewhere where you can go look at a database or go to an event and see people pitching or representing these opportunities for the market. That's not going to be as easy as that. How do you really find those stealth opportunities, really not obvious, very curious, and especially from a Saudi angle, because I do believe that the Saudi culture is quite different than the rest of the globe when it comes to doing businesses and families and small, medium ones.
Yeah, it's all about looking and finding those quiet champions. The acquisition process goes in 4 stages. I define it by. It's firstly, you identify. It's the industry, the business model. You want an industry with tailwinds, growing industry, and then you look at the business model. By the way, PIF study gives a clear roadmap of where future demand is, and that's how I got it. We have 13 strategic sectors.
Right.
Look at one of these, go into subsectors, then you look at the business model. You want a business model with recurring revenue, profitable business, good margins, and something that's giving returns in terms of cash to investors. After you identify that, it comes down, the second stage is reaching out. And believe it or not, small, medium business transactions, maybe even big transactions, are more about trust than the transaction itself. So I have to build trust with business owners. Sometimes my search is merely Google Maps. I like a business model. I go into Google Maps. I type dental or something. I list down all the dentals. If I like I call all the CEOs and I build that report and relationship. So it takes months. After that is alignment. Some business owners, especially in proprietary outreach, they've never imagined they can sell their business. So it's teaching the business owner. It's raising awareness, making them feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Then lastly is the execution of the transaction. You know that the business is intrinsically great. It's a quiet champion.
Yeah.
Then you need to prepare the business owner's financials. You need to translate the greatness of this business to investors to convince them to acquire the business. So these are the 4 main stages. They sound easy now, Google Maps, but once you go on the floor,
Right.
you have to wait, you're patient, you're dealing with multiple deals at the same time. This is the difficulty of
I
it.
see a lot of hustle in what you're saying rather
It's
than the
a lot of
MBA,
hustle.
actually. But Yusuf, you have a comment, and Renato?
I think it's good to compliment
Yeah.
by saying that it's happening all over the world.
Yeah.
So in Saudi, we have one example, very good example, but it's flourishing all over the world. So when we started investing in search funds back in 2018, there was something like 200, 300 search funds all over the world, many in the US and some others in Europe. Today, we are reaching 1,500 search funds across the world, everywhere. So we've been investing in search funds in Australia, in India, in Italy, in Germany, in Japan, of course, in Latin America, where we are, we already invested in 60 search funds. We invested with those search funds in 17 companies so far, and the results is the best in our portfolio. We are very confident that this business model will thrive across the globe as an option to the traditional private equity model, which is much more aligned and interesting in our view.
Amazing.
Just one quick point to add to what Ghassan was saying. You were asking about where to find these deals.
Correct.
I think one very interesting place to look is the parallel exchange. Numo Exchange has a lot of companies that decided to list because they had the challenges that typical family businesses have, but then they don't solve the same problems that search funds solve.
Absolutely.
So a lot of them now are stuck with only a minority listed. They still have to manage it. They still own it. And now they have an added burden of reporting to public markets. So I think this is the time. I mean, for some time, all the Numo listings were actually making the private equity deal flow even scarcer because a lot of people thought it was an alternative to private equity. But now we know that it doesn't solve all the problems. And we're hoping that the timing now is perfect, and we're hoping that Ghassan will announce a deal very soon.
Absolutely, and we will be waiting for that. Thank you for our panelists to shed the light on search funds. They're here, timing is right. We've got, the global benchmarks, an example. We have the local searcher who's actually starting them. So we've got two backers of his in the same panel. So we look forward to seeing more search panels and search funds actually in, different stages. Thank you so much, and thank you for the audience for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amal Dukhan, thank you very much, and thank you. Thanks to your panelists. The ADIS transformation, a Saudi champion scaling global energy service. Today's discussion focuses on ADIS, a company that has scaled from original operator, that has scaled from original operator to the world's largest international jackup drilling contractor. To talk about this success story, to talk about our champion, we are honored to welcome Mut'ab Ashithri, Head of Private Equity and Regional Investment in the Public Investment Fund, Dr. Mohammed Farouk, Vice Chairman and Group CEO of ADIS Holding. Welcome to the stage. Welcome again. To set the stage, Mr. Mut'ab, tell us about ADIS strategic value and how do you see the role in the Kingdom's border energy service landscape?
First of all, thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I know it's been a very long 2 days, so sticking until the end, it shows your real commitment, and we appreciate that. I would like to start also by thanking Dr. Farouk for joining us today and for making this story possible. At PIF, we're very proud of our investment in ADIS because it hits on so many success factors, both financially and strategically. On the financial side, I'm proud to say that this investment made almost 10x in terms of returns. When we delisted the business back in 2021 for an equity value of around $500 million, today the market cap is north of $5 billion. But what we're more proud of is really how this investment played on a strategic level. First, localization. ADIS is a significant critical infrastructure asset that played a significant role in the localization of a very important segment in the value chain of the oil industry. And that gave us supply reliability and energy security. Number two, it's a great example of partnerships. And in this case, we didn't have one single private sector partner, but it was actually two. The Abbas family, represented by the chairman, Mr. Ayman Abbas, but also the Zamel Group, who also came with us into this investment. And both of them played a very important role on the operation, but also strategically on the board. The third one, and that's very close to my heart accomplishment, is how this investment played on developing the capital markets. Delisting from London Stock Exchange, relisting in the Saudi Tadawul is a huge voice of confidence, not only in the kingdom's regulatory systems, but to the capital market frameworks. And I still remember in 2023 when we did the IPO, it generated one of the highest demands in the history of Tadawul, of around 290 billion Saudi riyal of demand. Fourth is how Addis today becoming a global champion. It's a true global champion. And if you look at Addis, it's anchored in the kingdom, but it's designed to work and accomplish results on international markets. We're in 20 markets today, 4 continents, and 50% of its capacity is deployed in international markets. This is very important for us because 50% of revenue and earnings are coming in hard currency, which is exactly one of the main points that we're trying to achieve in this strategy that we're doing. In conclusion, all of this is in true alignment of Vision 2030, but it's definitely aligning very well with the long-term plans for PIF and its priorities. And in this investment, we were able to build a platform and not just a small single investment.
Great. Let's hear from Dr. Farouk. Dr. Farouk, from your perspective, what is the secret behind Addis transformation over the last decade?
Thank you very much. And I would like also to thank Mr. Metcalf Shadri, who has been a great enabler and also a great board member contributing with the colleague to where we are today. Actually, I always have 3 important pillars, and that's you can generalize in any company. Number 1 is the strategy. So we have a clear strategy from the beginning of how to fill a space, and filling the space and the vacuum is very important element where after maybe 2014, where oil prices were dropping, a lot of the companies were getting distressed, and there is a lot of opportunities, and someone has to stand up and fill this space. And we came up and saw the opportunity where we acquired the assets at the right time, at the right price, actually a counter cycle. And that helped us to provide this growth opportunity, focusing primarily on the region as a starting point and going outside. So the strategy and having a clarity about what we want to do in the future, where we focus on offshore, where there is an area of scarcity of assets, and we're able to acquire these assets and get, as mentioned, actually 20% of the market share today of the global market share, where this is important into the strategy. The second part is the execution, and the execution is about a few things we did. Number 1 is being affordable to our client, because when the bad time comes, client looks for the cost of the contractor, the cost of the rig. So we have been focusing on cost, focusing on non-productive time, operational excellence, safety, which provide the best price to our clients. And this affordability is very important into this volatile market. And this has shown by focusing on what we call the backlog, the contract amount. Today we have $10 billion of a backlog, which is one of the highest in the industry. That's give us a good visibility on the business, good cash flow generation. So the cost is very important. The technology, again, is very important, where this technology helping us to be more productive, to be more safe, where we are utilizing artificial intelligence, actually before even the hype of the AI, which has come over the last few years, into what is called Rig Eye to operate our rigs in a safe mode. We are using AI into the analytics to look at supply chain to be able to provide the most cost competitive to our client and provide continuity. The third part, which is very important in the formula, or the third pillar, is really the people side and having the right good people side. And actually, part of the success is moving our headquarters to Khobar to be close to our clients, but also to leverage on the talents, where today we have 11,500 employees. 1/3 of those are Saudi nationals. And we build this in cooperation with Saudi Aramco through Saudi Arabian Drilling Academy, which is called SADA, which is one of the best training academy worldwide. So putting these pieces together, allowed us to be at the front, and I think this is very important. So it's the strategy and the execution of the strategy, and finally having the right capabilities and the right talents which helped us to do so.
Thank you. We'll come back again to the same subject, but Mr. Mutab Shithri, my understanding is that Addis was already a well-established company before PIF's investment. How did the partnership with the PIF help accelerate the next phase of growth in Addis?
Well, you're absolutely right. Addis was a well-established company before our investment. It has strong governance, clear strategy, insightful management, understood the sector and the segment that they were playing on. So our investment wasn't necessarily about changing the fundamentals of the business or taking a different strategy. It was all about creating the right environment and condition to accelerate that growth. I still remember when I visited Dr. Farouk in his office right after we announced our investment into Addis, and he showed me the 3x3x3 strategy, where he wanted to grow the business by 3 times in 3 different ways in 3 years. And I'm happy to say that we overachieved all of these strategies in such a short time. And we're looking forward now to executing the new strategy or the continued strategy that we have for Addis. To boil this down, I think it really depends on 3 things, honestly. Number 1 is partnership. In order for the partnership to be successful, and in this case in Addis, the plans and targets for the Addis growth were in true alignment with our national priorities and how PIF approaches long-term value creation. Number 2 is trust. We trusted the management to the maximum level to make the right decisions for the business. Finally is patient. The PIF, as any sovereign wealth fund, has 2 main characteristics, and I always say that. You have the size, but you also have the long-term view. We stay in investments for a very, very long time, and that gave the management the stability that they needed, I would say, to make decisions based on decades and not necessarily quarters. So all of that made the partnership that we had with the executive team and the other shareholders in Addis a very successful one. And it took us from 1.5 billion Saudi riyal of revenue to now at around 6 billion Saudi riyal of revenue. We were the 5th in terms of operation capacity, and today we're the number 1 globally. So we're very proud of this.
I was taking that in mind, Dr. Farouk. This is a listed company in the Saudi stock market. Is this important change, and also in your company expansion locally and globally?
Sure. Being a listed company is a very important way to really have the right capital structure between equity and debt, and also to be able to democratize this actually opportunity to the retail people, where they can invest, not only the institution or big funds. And I have to say we are very proud to be one of the highest in terms of number of shareholders. We have more than 1 million shareholders, which are very happy to say. And we have also the right balance. Actually, 30% of our shareholders are international institutions coming from outside, where we are able to create those funds. So that's very important. And I would say that we have been even recently done the shelf drilling acquisition, taking a company which was listed in the Oslo Stock Exchange, and we bring this company by acquiring this as part of Addis, which actually provide us a bigger fleet. Today we have this 123 fleets, provide us a bigger platform where this scale, allowing us to be cost competitive, allowing us to have the best breed of people in the industry, because we became very attractive being the largest. This again allowing us to be the most attractive for our clients. So today we have the tier 1 NOCs like the Saudi Aramco, like the Qatar Energy, like the Kuwait Oil Company, like ONGC in India, but also having the tier one international oil players like the Shell, like the Eni, like the Equinor. Those are, so having the beauty of those clients and being able to provide them with the best-in-class safe operation, provide them with the flexibility given the size, I think it's important, and the importance of that on top of this is the energy security. I always say Saudi Arabia is the cornerstone for energy security. And without having the ecosystem which provide this energy security as enabler, I think this would be missing. So ADIS today provide a very important element in the ecosystem, providing the assets, the offshore assets, where, in my opinion, very shortly people will realize the bottleneck of production is not really the oil below in the reserves, but it is the availability of offshore assets to be able to do so, given the scarcity of the assets and the aging of some of those assets. This wouldn't have been able if we are not listed in the right market like the Dow, because that gives us access to equity, but also give the security to our lenders to lend us based on our cash flow visibility.
I have time for one more question. Mr. Metcab, from your perspective, how can PIF replicate ADIS, this success story?
Well, I don't think the question is about how we can replicate ADIS, because I think we're already in the process of replicating that great example. Just to throw some names, I think in the fit-out business, we're doing tremendously well with DEPA. If you look at the educational sector, we're doing it with CIRA Group. If you look at the financial sector, we're doing a great job with Capital Bank. But if you look at the story of ADIS, you'll see that all of that success was not made by a single moment or a single transaction. It was based on consistent commitment toward making long-term value for all shareholders. So if you have a company that you believe could be a national champion, having the potential for being a global champion, we would be happy to talk to you at any time.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's what was exactly on time. Mr. Metcab, thank you very much. Dr. Farouk, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So we talked about ADIS transformation, Saudi champion, scaling, global energy service. Thank you again to my panelists, Mr. Mohammed Farouk, Dr. Mohammed Farouk, head of CEO and ADIS and vice chairman as well, and also Mr. Metcab Al-Shithri, head of private equity and regional investment board member of PIF. I think we can follow this kind of examples because we can benefit as an individual and also as a private sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, you know we are in the second and the last day of PIF Private Sector Forum, and we cannot finish our day without hearing closing remarks from Mr. Nasser Al-Bgumi, Head of Private Sector Engagement in National Development Division in Public Investment Fund. Please join me to welcome Mr. Nasser Al-Bgumi.
شكرا لك أستاذ محمد.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad, Your Excellencies, Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the guests of the private sector. While we are closing this forum, it's my pleasure to thank everyone who participated and for their attendance and for their commitment with the with the partnership. This forum marked a significant milestone reflecting the level of trust and cooperation between the Public Investment Fund and the private sector. The success of this forum was clearly demonstrated in its tangible achievements. It witnessed the participation of more than 10,000 business leaders, investors, and pioneers from various sectors, and included more than 200 expert speakers and decision makers, in addition to the participation of more than 100 companies from the fund that showcase their capabilities and opportunities. During this forum, more than 100 partnerships and agreements were signed with a total value exceeding 30 billion Saudi riyals, a clear indication of mutual trust to transform opportunities into reality. This forum was not just a platform for dialogues, but a platform for action and implementation. The discussion were witnessed on innovation, localization, and supply chains, talent development, and future sectors, highlighted a clear message that the opportunities ahead are vast and promising. As this forum conclude, the real work begins. The relationship built, the partnership signed, and the ideas put forward represent the starting point for a new phase of achievement. The PIF reaffirm its full commitment to work hand in hand to build a prosperous economy. Thank you for your trust. We look forward to continuing this journey with you and to seeing you at a future forum. We wish you a safe journey and very successful. Leave you with a short video and would like to thank you. Peace and bless be upon you.
It is built with vision. It is built to endure. The future is firmly established for generations to come.
نجتمع اليوم في مرحلة محورية من اقتصاد.
We are gathering today in a very important phase of Saudi Arabia, where the passion level is increased, where the opportunity is not only measured by the returns, but with the passion. تركز هذا المؤتمر على الفرص وخلق الفرص للمستثمرين والقطاع الخاص. لقد نظمنا ما يقارب 6 مسارات هذه السنة. Today we are working with مساهمة and we award them the fund is not for acquisition, but it's a lead and drive the manufacturing needs additional vision. The transformation and logistic form ecosystem has a established belief of the importance of working with the private sector. It is the investor, it's the operator, it is the builder, and the private sector is everything and helping us.
And then, serve you as you wish. Transaction model.
This is an opportunity for the future that built here in Saudi Arabia for those who came to it and take the opportunities. Will work with us in the Saudi economy and on the global economy. It's very easy to market for Saudi Arabia as a station for investment, this Saudi strategy and services, but not only to serve Saudi Arabia, but to serve the whole world. We need the workers to work with a high transparency and clearly way.
When it comes to culture and heritage, Diriyah has a different offering. Anywhere in Kingdom has a different offering.
Saudi Arabia are just going to continue to grow. And so I think that the kinds of opportunities that will come out of this will be massive.
We have all what it needs to translate Saudi Arabia to be the world's largest AI token exporter.
How we ensure that we synergize together to enable each other to be more effective and efficient in driving our ambitions and our strategy.
We want to deliver the trust of our great leader, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, our Prime Minister. Without his support, without his vision, without his enabler, we will not be here.
وخلال السنوات الخمسة المقبلة ستعاد صياغة قواعد المنافسة عبر تحولات عميقة في نماذج الأعمال والذكاء
Thank you.